The technical picture is getting really interesting here as we hold just above that midpoint pivot of 47.29. I am seeing neutral signals on the lower time frames like the 5 and 15-minute charts. But that daily and weekly trend is still screaming buy with the price supported well above the 200 SMA. With the DXY slipping and yields dropping, gold is absolutely loving this environment, but we are currently stuck in a choppy mess with a low ADX, so there is no real momentum to chase right now. I am keeping a very close eye on that 4,787 level to see if buyers can actually defend it, but honestly, everyone is just sitting on their hands waiting for the FOMC minutes later today. If we see a clean breakout above these recent highs, R1 at 5,359 is the next major target on my radar, but for now it's a patient game. We had some great scalps earlier this morning, but I am flat right now because the risk to reward just isn't there in this range. Drop your questions in the chat if you want me to look at any specific levels or if you're feeling trapped in a position. Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,788.821. The EA is targeting 4,796.728 first, then 4,804.635 for the full move. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. Look at these Bollinger Bands right now. We are smack in the middle of this massive range while volatility is just starting to perk up. I love how we are holding the line at 4,793 as solid support after that nice bounce from the mid-pivot. Fear is definitely creeping back into the global narrative, and honestly, that is when I get the most excited about holding long positions. My current buy from 4,789 is running beautifully, as the dollar continues to slide, and the fact that yields are tanking just adds more fuel to this bullish fire. If we can't clear the overhead resistance near the 50 SMA soon, we might see some sideways chop before FOMC minutes stir the pot. I've got the EA managing the risk on these swings, and you can find more technical info about that at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic. It feels like the big boys are heavily loaded for a move higher, so I am staying patient while we wait for New York to wake up and really push the volume. Does anyone have eyes on the recent oil slide impacting the commodity correlations, or are we just focused on the Fed today? Go ahead and drop your questions in the chat while we watch this candle play out. This trade hit the stop loss at minus 84 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game. We have been absolutely grinding through the charts today with 20 setups already in the books and the green P&L to prove our strategy is working. I am loving this price action even though we are currently stuck in a choppy range near 47.84 as the European session keeps things tight. We just took a small hit on the stop loss, which was a classic fake out, but the overall technical picture remains incredibly bullish with the daily and weekly time frames screaming buy. I am keeping a very close eye on that mid-pivot level around 47.29 because the big institutional players are heavily leaned into their longs, and any dip toward that EMA 20 feels like a gift. With the dollar and yields both sliding lower right now, gold is definitely catching a bid, but we have to stay patient because the FOMC minutes later today are going to be the real catalyst for a clean breakout. I am sitting flat for a moment to let this volatility settle, so feel free to drop your charts in the chat if you want me to take a look at your entries while we wait for the next leg up. Joy Sanjay, oh hey there. I am so happy to see you back in the chat. You are definitely keeping me on my toes today. I see you are still holding that short from the retest at 4,790, which is such a bold move considering how gold has been jumping around today. Right now we are sitting just a bit below your entry, and the EA is currently flat, just scanning for that next high probability setup while this London volume plays out. It is going to be a wild ride with those crude oil inventories coming up soon, so stay sharp. Compared to the choppy, indecisive mess we dealt with last week, this week has completely flipped the script, with gold surging over 2% as the dollar finally starts to crumble. I am loving this price action because the bulls are clearly back in the driver's seat, catching a massive bid as yields pull back and the fear in the global markets starts to boil over. We are currently hovering right around 4,788, essentially magnetizing to that midpoint pivot, but I am watching for a clean breakout toward 4,800 before we get the FOMC minutes later today. The big players are heavily loaded on the long side right now, and with the Fed basically locked into their next move, gold feels incredibly well supported on every minor dip. We just saw a little rejection on the last 15-minute candle, but the hourly trend is still looking strong as we approach the New York Open, where things usually get spicy. If you want to see how my automated setups are navigating these specific swings, you can find more info on the EA at XAUUSDJulia.com. I'm keeping a close eye on 4,800, because if we clear that, we could easily see an aggressive squeeze toward the 4,928 level, where the 50 SMA is sitting. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Any specific levels you're hunting for entries during this European session? Look at that rejection off 4,785 just now. We tried to poke through, but the sellers aren't giving up that level without a fight. We are sitting right on that mid-pivot of 4,729, and honestly, it's a bit of a choppy mess as we wait for the FOMC minutes to drop later today. I am loving how the dollar is tanking right now because it is keeping us well bid despite the lack of a clear trend on the lower time frames. The big boys are still heavily loaded up long, according to the latest positioning, so I am looking for a clean breakout toward R1 at 5,359 once the New York volume kicks in and clears out these trapped shorts. If you have any questions about these levels or how I am playing this range, drop them in the chat and let's break it down together. Hey Wolney's Loic. Oh, I love that you're looking for entries. Right now we are actually seeing gold trade around the 47.90 level, but looking at our pivots, that R1 level at 53.59 is a major ceiling to watch for a potential sell zone. The EA is currently showing a ranging market with a very low ADX, so I'd be careful about jumping in right this second while things are so choppy. I'm personally keeping a close eye on the hourly indicators, which are still leaning bullish, so make sure you wait for a clean rejection before looking for those shorts. Wolnike Sloak, I see that luck. You are definitely keeping a close eye on those sell zones we were talking about earlier, aren't you? Gold is actually playing a bit of a tug-of-war right now, around 47.90, so I'm honestly just as curious as you are to see if the sellers can hold the line here. It's so great to have you in the stream with all 133 of us watching this live action together. If you have any more thoughts on this price action, don't be shy because I love hearing your take. Hey Blessikatum Besadiku. Oh, welcome to the stream. I am so happy you decided to join us today. You've picked a really interesting time to hop in because gold is definitely keeping things exciting right now. I'm currently watching the market scan for our next entry after a pretty busy London session, so make yourself at home and let me know if you have any questions about the setup. we have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,783.869, with stop loss at 4,794.908. First target 4,772.83, second target 4,761.792. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The market is feeling incredibly on edge right now, with extreme fear starting to creep back into the sentiment gauges, and honestly, that is exactly when I want to be holding gold. We are seeing a massive disconnect where the dollar and yields are both sliding, which is basically fuel for this fire, yet we are currently stuck in this tight range around the 4,782 level. I am currently holding a sell from 4,783 despite the bullish undertones because we are hitting some serious friction near the midpoint of our pivot range, and I suspect a quick liquidity grab before the FOMC minutes later today. If we cannot decisively clear the R1 pivot at 5,359 soon, I expect more of this choppy mess we are seeing on the 5-minute charts. My EA actually just flagged another entry as we tested that recent high, and you can find more details on how those setups work at XAUUSD I am keeping a close eye on the 10-year auction because if those yields keep diving, these trap shorts are going to get absolutely squeezed. For now, stay patient because the real volume is going to hit once New York wakes up and starts pricing in those oil headlines. Oh, man, a simple life. I'm so glad you're staying on top of it. We are actually in a live sell trade right now, and it's looking absolutely beautiful. Already up over 200 pips. I'm watching that 47772 level for take profit 1. So let's see if the London volume can push us down just a little further. The dollar is looking a bit weak today, which usually helps gold, but right now we're just flowing with this local sell momentum. I love your energy. Let's get it. The EA just pulled the trigger. Buy on gold at 4,792.681, stop loss at 4,781.783, targeting 4,803.579 and 4,814.478. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. We just saw a nasty little fake-out attempt toward 4,785, but buyers stepped in hard to defend that level, and now we are squeezing back toward the middle of the range. I am currently sitting in a long from 4,793, that is underwater by about 80 pips, but I am not sweating it yet because the dollar is absolutely tanking and yields are sliding, which usually provides a massive tailwind for us. The hourly RSI is starting to perk up, and we are trading right near that mid-pivot of 4,709,000. Though the intraday action remains a bit of a choppy mess with the ADX, showing almost no trend strength. Everyone keeps asking where price is headed, and honestly, if we can clear the recent swing highs, I think we make a run for that 50 SMA near 4,928. With FOMC minutes looming later today, the big boys are already positioned heavily on the long side, so I am looking for a clean breakout once the New York volume kicks in. Does anyone have eyes on the silver lead right now, or are we all just focused on this gold reclaim? Drop your charts in the chat if you are seeing something I missed. Listen up, guys. While the retail crowd is panicking over this range-bound choppiness, I'm looking at what the smart money is doing, and the COT data shows the big institutions are still heavily loaded on the long side. We're seeing a massive divergence right now, because while the ADX shows we're technically ranging, the underlying sentiment is dripping with extreme fear, which usually precedes a massive volatility spike. I'm currently holding a buy from 4793 and watching us flirt with 47498. But the real test is going to be that SMA 50 overhead at 40928. If we can get a clean breakout there, those trapped shorts are going to get absolutely squeezed. The dollar is tanking and yields are dropping, so gold is essentially a coiled spring right now, just waiting for a catalyst like the FOMC minutes later today. If you want to see how my EA is navigating these specific liquidity grabs, you can find more info over at XAUUSDJulia.com. I'm staying patient because once New York wakes up and reacts to that oil news, this quiet European session is going to be a distant memory. Don't let the sideways price action bore you into a bad trade, just stay focused on the levels. Any questions about where we're headed next, drop them in the chat. Take profit 1 hit. Plus 104 kips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. I am laser focused on this 4,729 level right now, because it is a total battleground where our daily pivot and the 20 EMA are slamming into each other. We are currently hugging 4,804, and while the price action looks like a choppy mess on the surface, look at how the buyers are aggressively defending every single dip back toward that 4,792 entry. The dollar is absolutely tanking and yields are dropping off a cliff, which is pure oxygen for this gold rally, yet we are just consolidating here, waiting for the next catalyst. I love how the big players are heavily positioned long on the COT report because it tells me the underlying strength is real, despite this mid-session lull. We have the FOMC minutes and that crude oil data coming up fast, so expect things to get spicy once the New York desks open up and start hunting for liquidity. If we can cleanly clear the recent highs, I think R1 at 5,359 becomes the ultimate magnet for this move. Drop your charts in the chat if you see a different level. I want to know what you guys are looking at before the volatility spikes. Hey, is that Mahar? Oh, I am so glad you asked because things are looking really exciting right now. We actually have a live trade running as we speak. A buy position on gold that is already up over 1200 pips. It is such a beautiful move and we are just cruising toward those take profit levels while the London session brings in all that great volume. You joined us at the perfect time to see the Julia Scalper in action. As a Mahar, I totally get that feeling. But don't you worry one bit. You actually timed your entrance perfectly, because while the EA is currently running a massive buy trade from the 4,792 level, the market is looking a little bit ranging and choppy right now. We are currently sitting on over 900 pips of profit on this position, so waiting for the next clean signal is actually the smartest move you can make. I'm keeping a close eye on the London volume for you, so just hang out with us and let the Julia Scalper find that next perfect entry. Full target reached. 0 pips on this trade. Solid execution from entry to take profit too. The EA just went short. Sell on gold at 4,787.303. Stop loss at 4,798.837. Targeting 4,775.769 and 4,764.236. Market update: we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. First target reached. 152 pips locked in. Stop loss is now at break even. The EA just secured this trade by moving the stop loss to entry. Zero risk now. We are in a free trade. I think we are about to see a massive move because this intraday range is getting incredibly tight and something has to give. We have been grinding right around the 4,777 level, and while the lower time frames are screaming sell, look at the daily and weekly charts because those bulls are absolutely not backing down. My short from 4,791 is currently deep in the green by over 1,300 pips, but I am keeping a very tight leash on it because the dollar and yields are both sliding, which usually acts like rocket fuel for gold. With the FOMC minutes and PCE data looming, the big players are clearly positioning themselves, and that spike in the VIX tells me the fear is real. If we can clean out these trapped shorts and break above that R1 pivot at 5,359, this thing could really take flight. I love this price action because it is testing everyone's patience, so drop your questions in the chat if you are trying to navigate this chop with me. Take profit 2 hit, full target reached with 37 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. London is absolutely throwing some heat our way today, and I am loving this price action after such a choppy start. We just reclaimed the 4,793 level, and you can see buyers stepping in hard every time we dip, because the dollar is basically tanking right now. With yields dropping as well, it is the perfect storm for this leg up, though we are currently slamming into that 4,729 pivot area, which is acting like a magnet. The EA handled that last sell scalp beautifully before we pivoted back to the long side, but I am keeping a close eye on the hourly indicators because we are starting to look a bit overextended heading into the New York Open. If we can actually clear this mid-range clutter, I think the next stop is that R1 pivot around 5,359, but we have to get through this supply zone first. For those asking how I automate these specific entries, you can find more info on the EA at XAUUSDJulia.com. Otherwise, stay patient because the FOMC minutes later today are going to make things very spicy, and I do not want anyone getting caught in a fake out before the real volume hits. Drop your questions in the chat if you are watching these 15-minute candles with me. We have a fresh buy signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,799.838, with stop loss at 4,788.719. First target 4,810.957, second target 4,822.076. Market is consolidating right now. Price is moving sideways, so moderate risk conditions. It is wild to see the market sitting in extreme fear, while gold is actually printing a range-bound mess right now. Usually when the VIX cools off this much, you'd expect a massive dump, but the dollar is getting absolutely shredded, and that is keeping us well supported above that 4,729 pivot. I just punched into a fresh buy at 4,800.16 because the long-term trend is screaming at me even while we are stuck in this intraday chop. The technicals are aligned across every single time frame, and with the big money heavily stacked on the long side, any dip feels like a trap for the shorts rather than a true reversal. We have FOMC minutes and the 10-year auction coming up soon, and I am betting that volatility is going to explode once New York catches wind of this weak dollar. If we can finally clear this immediate resistance and head toward R1, we are going to see a serious squeeze. Drop your questions in the chat if you're watching this 4,800 level with me. If we zoom out to the weekly, it is clear the bulls have the long-term trend in a chokehold, especially with the big institutions heavily net long right now. Even with the recent monthly dip, we are seeing year-to-date strength and an expected Fed rate pivot that keeps a solid floor under every move. Right now we are sitting just under the 4,800 handle, and I am keeping a close eye on the midpoint pivot at 4,729 if this range breaks. I am currently in a buy from 4,800.166 that is feeling a bit of heat as we chop around this area, but the technicals are screaming buy across almost every time frame. The dollar and yields are both sliding lower, which is usually the perfect fuel for gold to ignite, though the sheer fear in the market is making the current price action a bit of a choppy mess. We have the FOMC minutes later, and that is where the real liquidity grab usually happens, so stay tuned for the New York Open. If you want to see the logic behind how these entries are being handled, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD Julia.com. I am watching for a clean breakout toward that R1 pivot at 5,359, because once we clear this immediate resistance, the upside looks wide open. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat about these levels or the upcoming news. Quick update: crude oil inventories is about 87 minutes away at 14:30 GMT. Hi Kim. Oh, that's the big question, isn't it? Looking at the way we're currently overlapping with London, gold is showing some serious strength today, being up nearly $100. With the dollar looking weak and yields dropping, I'm leaning towards a bullish continuation when New York really kicks into gear, but watch out for that FOMC meeting later, because things could get wild. Our EA actually just hopped into a buy trade right around the 4,800 level, so I'm excited to see if the New York volume pushes us straight into those take profit targets. Wait, look at the divergence on the 5-minute chart right now, because gold is trying to rip while the dollar is absolutely tanking. I am watching 4,797 like a hawk, because that level is acting as a massive magnet while we sit just below the 4,800 handle. We are currently trapped in a bit of a choppy mess as the market digests those headlines about the Lavon refinery attack. But honestly, the bulls still have the upper hand here. I am white-knuckling this open buy from 4,800 because we are only down about 300 pips, and with the 10-year yields dropping like a stone, I think a clean breakout is coming once New York volume really hits. My eye is on that R1 pivot at 5,359 as the long-term target, but for now we just need to see if these trapped shorts get squeezed out before the FOMC minutes later today. What are you guys seeing on the 1 hour? Because my MACD is pointing toward a major move soon. Hey Sathian! Oh, that is a great question for my friends in the UAE. The New York session usually kicks off around 5:30 p.m. your time, which is exactly when things start getting really spicy for gold trading. We are actually in that beautiful overlap right now, where London and New York are both active, so keep your eyes on the charts because the volume is amazing. So glad you're here watching the action with all 171 of us. Kim, you hit the nail on the head. It is definitely looking a bit choppy out there with those conflicting time frames, But that is exactly why I love having the Julia Scalper version 6 on the charts to filter through the noise. While that 1-hour cross looks a bit heavy, gold is actually up nearly 2% today, so there is still plenty of underlying strength keeping the bulls interested. We are currently in an open buy trade on the stream, so let's see if this momentum can push us toward that first take profit level. Even with the mixed signals, the overlap between London and New York always brings the heat, so don't lose heart just yet. Sathian, oh, you're so welcome. I am so happy to see you back in the stream, and I hope those market times for the UAE helped you get ready for the action. We actually have a buy trade running on gold right now as we speak, so you timed your visit perfectly. The market is looking a bit choppy with that lower ADX, but I love seeing the dollar weakness giving our gold bulls a little extra fuel. Stay tuned because with the New York overlap happening, things are about to get really exciting. Akim, oh, that is such a brilliant question. Basically, oil and gold are like cousins because they both react to inflation and the strength of the US dollar. If oil inventories drop more than expected and prices spike, it can signal higher inflation down the road, which often makes gold look even more attractive as a hedge. Plus, since we're seeing oil plunge today after that ceasefire news, any surprise in the inventory data could really shake up the dollar and give our gold trades some extra volatility to work with. Hey Thantam Guayan, it is so great to see you in the stream today. I can see you are sending over some codes, but just let me know if you have a specific question about the gold action or the Julia Scalper. We actually have a buy trade running right now as New York and London are overlapping, so the energy in the market is just incredible. Stick around and enjoy the moves with us. Kenneth, I totally hear your frustration. Gold has been such a wild ride today with that ranging price action and low ADX, and it can definitely feel like a bit of a headache when the market is acting this way. We're currently sitting in a buy trade at the 4,800 level, and while it's being a bit stubborn, I'm watching that inverted head and shoulders on the M15 you mentioned earlier to see if we get that clean breakout. It's definitely a testing day for everyone's patience, but that's why we let the EA handle the choppy waters while we keep our cool. Look at that rejection off the 4795 level we just saw because buyers definitely stepped in hard right there to defend the mid-range. We are currently sitting slightly below my buy entry at 4,800, and while being down 500 pips isn't ideal, it is just part of the game when the market is this choppy. The dollar is absolutely tanking right now, which is providing a massive tailwind for us, but we really need to see a clean breakout above the 15-minute pivots to get this trade moving. I am keeping a close eye on the clock because crude oil inventories are dropping in about an hour, and that usually injects some fresh liquidity into the metals. If we can reclaim the 4,800 handle and hold it, then I think we have a clear path toward the R1 pivot near 5,359, especially with yields falling the way they are. If you want to see exactly how my EA is navigating these fakeouts and managing these positions, you can find more info at XAUUSDJulia.com. For now, I am staying patient because the long-term bulls clearly have the upper hand, even if it feels a bit slow right here in the New York morning session. Kenneth. Oh, you're always watching those charts so closely. I love it. That dip on the 5-minute was definitely a classic liquidity grab to shake out the weak hands before the New York volatility really kicks in. It honestly looked like a planned move to hunt those stop losses right at the 4,795 level before pushing higher. With the dollar weakening like it is right now, these little traps are exactly what we have to watch out for. I think we are about to see a massive move to the upside because we are currently coiling right below 4,800, and the pressure is becoming undeniable. I am holding a buy from 4,800.16, and while I am slightly underwater by 600 pips, the technicals across every single time frame from the 5-minute to the daily are screaming buy signals. Look at how we just tested that 4,794 level and held it as firm support while the dollar keeps sliding and yields continue to melt away. The big players are heavily net long, and with FOMC minutes and inventory data approaching, we are likely looking at a major liquidity grab before a clean breakout toward the R1 pivot at 5,359. New York is officially awake and things are getting spicy, so keep your eyes on that mid-pivot at 4,729 as our ultimate floor while we wait for this squeeze to play out. Kenneth, I love that energy. You are so right. It really does feel like there is a man behind the curtain, sometimes with those wild M5 dips right before the New York Open. But that is exactly why we trade with a strategy. We are confronting that volatility by being disciplined and letting the Julia Scalper handle those shark-infested waters for us. Right now, we are actually in an open buy trade from 4,800, and even though it is a bit choppy, seeing the dollar and yields dropping makes me think the bulls are ready to fight back. We have 174 traders watching this battle with us, so let's stay sharp and win this together. This trade hit the stop loss at minus 115 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,786.418. First target 4,775.601. Full target 4,764.784. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Kenneth, I feel your pain. It is like there is an invisible hand just waiting to pull the rug right when things look settled. We are seeing that open sell trade on the EA fighting through some serious choppiness right now, but with the ADX sitting so low at 11, it is just a battle of patience in this range. You have been spot on with those levels all day, so do not let these stop hunters get in your head. First, take profit reached. 109 pips. The trade is now protected with stop loss at break-even. Risk eliminated. Stop loss is at break-even. Even if price reverses, we lose nothing. Smart money management in action. Take profit 2 hit. 5 pips total. The EA caught the full move on this setup. It is wild to see the dollar and yields both sliding lower, while gold is actually struggling to break out, which is a massive divergence from what you would usually expect on a risk-off day like today. We are essentially stuck in a choppy mess right around the 4,776 level, sitting right on that mid-pivot point while the market waits for the FOMC minutes to drop later this afternoon. I am keeping a close eye on the 15-minute sell signals because if we cannot hold this 4,775 area, we might see a quick flush toward the 20 EMA at 4,727. The big speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side, but with fear levels rising and oil absolutely plunging, we could be looking at a major liquidity grab before the next leg up. I am going to stay patient until the crude oil data comes out in 40 minutes, because this range is just eating up stops right now. If you want to see the logic behind how I navigate these choppy sessions, there is more info about the EA over at XAUUSDJulia.com. Let me know what you guys are seeing on the tape, or if you have any questions about these technical rejections we are hitting. Compared to the absolute bloodbath we saw last month, this week feels like a total regime shift, and I am loving the resilience gold is showing at 4,784. We are finally seeing that classic inverse correlation play out where the dollar and yields are both sliding and giving us some serious breathing room to the upside. Honestly, this range we are stuck in with the low ADX is a bit of a choppy mess right now, but we are holding just above that 4,729 mid-pivot, which keeps my bullish bias intact for the US session. I am keeping a sharp eye on the 4,800 level, because if we can clear that psychological barrier, we have a clean path to test R1. With FOMC minutes and the PCE data looming, the big boys are clearly positioned heavy on the long side, so I am just waiting for a liquidity grab to provide a cleaner entry. If you guys have any questions about these recent rejections, or want to look at the higher time frames, drop them in the chat and let's get into it. Hey Betty. Oh, I am so glad you joined us today. You've picked such an exciting time to jump in because the London and New York sessions are overlapping right now, and the volume is just incredible. The Julia Scalper is currently scanning the charts for our next big entry, and with gold up over $80 today, the energy is through the roof. I'm so happy to have you here watching the action with me. Hey Betty, I am right there with you, girl. We are just hanging out watching the scanner right now after those nice sell wins earlier today. The market is looking a bit choppy with the chop index sitting at 50, so I love that the EA is being patient and waiting for a high-quality setup before jumping back in. It is so much better to wait for a clean signal than to force a trade in this range, right? Stick around because when gold moves, it usually moves fast. The big picture remains undeniably bullish with the weekly trend firmly intact and institutional positioning heavily skewed to the long side as the smart money bets on the Fed keeping rates suppressed. We are sitting right on the midpoint pivot near 4,729, which has acted as a solid floor while the dollar and yields continue to slide, giving us that perfect tailwind for a leg higher. Today's price action is a bit of a choppy mess in a tight range as we hover around 4,779, but I am watching for a clean breakout toward the R1 pivot at 5,359 if we can clear this immediate overhead resistance. The EA did a great job navigating these early rotations with those quick sell scalps, though we did eat a couple of stops when the volatility spiked during that mid-morning fakeout. With FOMC, minutes and oil inventory data looming, I expect things to get spicy once the New York volume really kicks in and potentially traps some late shorts. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, check out XAUUSD Julia.com for more info on the EA. Gold is definitely on fire today, and I'm just waiting for the next high conviction setup before I put more capital to work. Hey, Kim. Oh, I see what you're looking at. With the dollar and yields both sliding lower right now, it definitely feels like there's some serious fuel for a move up, especially since we're currently holding above that pivot midpoint. My EA actually just banked some pips on a quick sell scalp, but overall the daily and weekly trends are still screaming bullish. I'm keeping a close eye on the price action around 4,780, because if we can build some momentum here, those trapped shorts might get squeezed. Look at this price action right now. The longs are absolutely getting fleshed out every time we try to push past that mid-pivot around 4,729. I have been watching these shorts get squeezed all morning, but now that we are sitting near 4,781, it feels like a massive liquidity grab is brewing before the crude data drops. We are hovering just above that EMA 20, and if the sellers can pull us back under 4,785, those late buyers are going to panic hard. The dollar is tanking, which usually gives us a clean breakout, but the market is behaving like a total choppy mess ahead of the FOMC minutes later today. I am staying flat for a minute because I want to see if the 50 SMA holds as a ceiling, or if we are about to see another aggressive leg up. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Are you catching this bounce or waiting for a deeper retracement? The Fed finally feels like it is backed into a corner with these rate cut expectations, and that is exactly why gold is staying so well bid despite the absolute chaos in the energy markets right now. We are sitting right around 4,780, essentially teetering on that mid-pivot level, and honestly, this range is getting a bit claustrophobic with the ADX, showing almost no trend strength. I am looking for a clean break above 4,790 to really ignite the next leg up, especially since the dollar and yields are both sliding, which usually acts like rocket fuel for us traders. The technicals on the higher time frames still look incredibly healthy with that 4H buy signal holding firm, even if the 5-minute charts are trying to bait the bears into a trap. I have noticed the EA has been navigating these micro fluctuations pretty well today, and if you want to see how that logic works, you can check out XAUUSD for the breakdown. We have FOMC minutes coming up later, which could be the spark we need to break this chop. But until then, I am staying patient and waiting for those 1H buyers to reassert control. If anyone has questions about these key levels or how I am reading this volume, drop them in the chat. Hey gambler! Oh, I love the energy, but remember, we let the Julia Scalper version 6.5 do the heavy lifting for us. Right now, the EA is scanning the charts during this busy London and New York overlap, but we don't have an active signal quite yet. The market is looking a bit choppy with an ADX of 8.1, so the bot is being smart and waiting for a high probability setup before jumping back in. We've already banked some great wins today, so stay tuned, because when gold moves, we'll be ready. Hey gambler! Oh wow is right. Isn't the speed of the Julia Scalper just incredible? We are currently flat and waiting for the next setup. But did you see those quick wins earlier this session? Gold is hovering around 47.75, and I am just loving how reactive the bot is being to this price action. Stick around, because with the New York overlap happening right now, the volume is definitely here for something exciting. Hey, Rajaramatri! Oh, That's a great question to ask right now, because things are getting really interesting on the charts. While the short-term 5 and 15-minute timeframes are showing some sell signals, the overall daily and weekly trends are still firmly in a buy zone. We're seeing a bit of a ranging, choppy market at the moment, with gold sitting around 47.82, so we have to be patient for that next big breakout. Attention traders. High-impact news in 5 minutes. Crude oil inventories releasing at 14:30 GMT. Forecast 1.40 previous 5.451. Expect high volatility on gold and dollar pairs. Hey Nodar Razamatov. Oh, it is so great to see you in the stream today. You caught us at such an interesting time because the market is definitely in a bit of a ranging mood right now. My Julia Scalper is currently scanning for the next big entry, so we are just waiting for that perfect signal to pop up before we jump back in. Nodar Razamatov, that is a really sharp question given how much gold has rallied today. While we are seeing some sell signals on the shorter timeframes like the 5 and 15-minute charts, the overall trend on the daily and weekly is still screaming buy. I usually prefer to wait for the EA to spot a high probability entry, because right now the market is looking a bit choppy as we overlap into the New York session. Let's keep a close eye on that pivot level, because if we can't break higher, a retracement might be on the cards. No Derazamatov. That is such a fantastic question, and honestly, it really depends on your personality. I personally love scalping because I enjoy the fast-paced action and being able to close my positions before I go to sleep, which is exactly why my Julia Scalper version 6 focuses on those quick moves. Day trading is great if you have a bit more patience, but swing trading can be tough because you have to hold through all that overnight volatility. Right now, with the market being a bit ranging and the ADX showing a weak trend, scalping is actually performing beautifully for us. Look at that push we just had. We are literally grinding right against 4,758, and the buyers are refusing to let go of this mid-range pivot. I am watching this price action closely because the dollar is absolutely tanking right now, and falling yields are giving us that perfect bullish tailwind to test the upper levels. We are sitting just above the 20 EMA on the hourly, and honestly, if we can clear this immediate resistance, R1 at 5,359 starts looking like a magnet for the next leg up. The market is a bit of a choppy mess with this low ADX, but the big boys are still heavily loaded on the long side, which tells me the path of least resistance remains higher, despite the noise. We have the FOMC minutes dropping it a few hours, and the 10-year auction before that, so New York is definitely starting to get spicy. I am staying patient here since we do not have an open position yet. But I love how gold is holding its ground while oil gets crushed on the ceasefire news. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Are we finally ready to squeeze these trapped shorts? Or do you think we need one more flush first? The Fed is basically locked into this rate cut trajectory now, and gold is absolutely loving the narrative, especially with the dollar and yields both sliding in unison today. We are currently hunting at 4,769 level, and while the short-term frames are showing a bit of a sell-side bias, the daily trend is still screaming buy. I am watching the mid-pivot at 4,729 very closely, because if we dip there, I expect the buyers to step in hard for a massive liquidity grab. It is a bit of a choppy mess right now, with the ADX showing a lack of immediate direction, so I am sitting on my hands until the FOMC minutes later this afternoon. If you want to see how my automated setups handle these ranging sessions, you can find more info about the EA at XAUUSD I'm really looking for a clean breakout toward R1 at 5,359 once the market digests this housing and energy news. But for now, we wait for the volatility to return. Any questions on these levels, or how the geopolitical headlines are shifting the flow? Tim, that is such a sharp observation. You are totally right to be cautious, because if this is just a bear flag or a minor correction before another leg down, things could get spicy very quickly. I am watching that weak trend strength on the ADX right now, and with the choppy market conditions, a fake out is definitely on the table. We really need to see if gold can hold these levels, or if the sellers are just waiting to reload, so let's keep a close eye on the price action together. We are currently grinding through a total choppy mess in this New York session, with the ADX showing zero trend strength right now. I have been sitting on my hands after those last few rotations because the market is just ping-ponging between the mid-pivot at 427,297 and this heavy overhead resistance around 4,758. The 1H timeframe is looking completely neutral, but I am keeping a close eye on the 4H because the buyers are still technically in control of the larger structure as long as we stay above that EMA X20. With the 10-year note auction and those FOMC minutes looming later today, the big players are clearly hiding their cards and waiting for a catalyst to hunt some fresh liquidity. I am looking for a clean breakout above 4,764 to confirm the next leg up. Otherwise, we might just bleed back toward 4,724 to test that moving average support again. If you guys see anything developing on the lower time frames or want me to pull up a specific chart, definitely drop a message in the chat and let's break it down together. What is wild to me right now is how we are seeing this massive risk-on rally in the S&P, while gold is simultaneously sitting near session highs at 4,745. Usually, you would see a divergence there, but with the dollar getting absolutely hammered and yields falling, gold is catching a massive bid regardless of the appetite for equities. We are currently hugging the mid-pivot at 4,729 and looking to establish a solid base, though the current range is getting a bit choppy as we wait for the FOMC minutes later this afternoon. I am not seeing a clean breakout just yet, but the fact that the big boys are heavily loaded on the long side in the COT data tells me the underlying path of least resistance is still to the upside. If you want to see how my logic is being coded into the algo, check out XAUUSD for more info on the EA. I would love to hear what you guys are seeing in the order flow, so drop your questions in the chat if you are eyeing a move toward that R1 level at 5,359. I am keeping my hands off the keyboard until we see some volatility injection from the 10-year auction coming up in a couple of hours. Look at this price action at 4,740. Right now we are literally seeing the definition of a squeeze, as those trap shorts are getting forced to cover. We just caught a beautiful bounce off that 4,729 mid-pivot, and the bulls are absolutely refusing to let go of this level, while the dollar gets crushed. I'm watching this 4,758 area like a hawk, because if we clear that liquidity cluster, it is straight to the R1 pivot, and the shorts will be completely underwater. Everyone is sitting on their hands waiting for the FOMC minutes in a couple of hours, but the smart money is already positioning for that PCE print tomorrow. It is pretty quiet in the chat, so drop your levels if you are looking at that 50 SMA as a magnet like I am. I love how gold is holding up despite the risk-on vibe in the S&P. It shows real underlying strength. Don't get faked out by this sideways grind. The breakout is going to be violent when the volume finally arrives. Hey Brever! Oh, it is so great to have you here watching the action live with us. Right now, gold is looking super interesting at the 4,749 level, especially with that weak dollar giving us some nice tailwinds. I'm currently watching the charts closely while the Julia Scalper scans for our next big entry, as we just wrapped up some solid trades earlier this session. It's definitely a bit of a choppy range right now, but that's exactly why we love having the EA's filters to keep us on the right side of the moves. Hey Beavier! Oh, that is so wonderful to hear. I am seriously so excited for you to get started with Julia Scalper version 6.5 today. You picked a really interesting time to jump in because we are seeing some total choppy action during this New York overlap, but that is exactly why the smart mode and news filters are there to keep things in check. Just make sure you follow that installation guide closely, and remember we are strictly on MetaTrader 4. I just know you are going to have a blast watching those automated trades hit the charts, so welcome to the family. Ever, I love that energy. It is so exciting to see the EA in action, especially with over 100 of you watching the stream right now. We are currently navigating some choppy waters in this New York session, but that is exactly why I love the version 6.5, because it is designed to handle the sideways mess while scanning for the next big entry. Gold is holding up beautifully near 4,700 today, especially with the dollar weakening, so let's see if we can catch a clean breakout soon. Keep your eyes on the chart. This is going to be a fun one to watch. We are currently pinned right against the mid-range of these Bollinger Bands, and the volatility is starting to feel like a coiled spring. I am watching 4754 as a critical pivot point, because if we can stay bid above this level, we might actually see a run toward that R1 ceiling at 5,359. The market is clearly stuck in a choppy mess with the ADX sitting at 14.4. But with the FOMC minutes looming in about 2 hours, this range-bound action is just a setup for a massive liquidity grab. Fear is definitely starting to creep back into the sentiment, and you can see it with the dollar and yields both taking a leg lower, which is keeping gold incredibly well supported here. I'm staying flat for the moment while the EA monitors these micro pullbacks, and you can find more technical info about the EA on XAUUSD if you want to see the logic. If we get a clean breakout past the 50 SMA, the buyers are going to step in hard, so keep your eyes on the tape because things are about to get spicy. quick UPDATE-10-YEAR note auction is about 87 minutes away at 17 GMT. I've been staring at this 4,752 level for the last hour, and it is fascinating to see how the smart money is positioning themselves relative to the retail crowd right now. While most people are getting caught in this sideways chop, the latest COT data shows the big institutions are heavily stacked to the long side, with a massive long-to-short ratio that really tells you where the true conviction lies. I am seeing a clear divergence where the retail fear index is still quite high, yet the dollar is absolutely sliding, and treasury yields are falling, which should be providing a massive tailwind for us to test that 4,729 pivot mid-level. The 10-year note auction in about an hour is going to be the real catalyst, because if those yields keep dropping, I expect to see a snapback towards the R1 pivot at 5,359. We are trapped in a tight range right now with this low ADX, but do not let the quietness fool you, because the big boys are clearly accumulating while everyone else is distracted by the noise. If you have any questions about these specific levels or how I am playing the FOMC minutes later, drop them in the chat, and let's break it down together. Buy signal confirmed on gold. Entry price 4,758.439. The EA is targeting 4,770.368 first, then 4,782.298 for the full move. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Look at how we're hugging the midline of these Bollinger Bands right now. We are tucked right between 4,247 and 5,178 with volatility sitting at 3%, and you can practically feel the market holding its breath before these FOMC minutes drop. I am currently sitting in a buy from 4,758, and we are essentially flat because this range is just a choppy mess with an ADX under 15. The broader sentiment is definitely leaning into fear right now, and with the dollar and yields both sliding, gold is catching a nice bid despite the risk-on vibe in equities. I love seeing the big money speculators heavily loaded on the long side because it confirms the bullish structure we are seeing on the 4-hour and daily charts. It feels like we are just building energy to test that R1 pivot at 5,359 if we can clear this immediate overhead supply. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSD I am staying patient with this open position because the Fed basically being locked in for the next move keeps us well bid. Drop your questions in the chat if you are watching these 10-year note auctions with me. Hey James Sherrison! Oh, I'm so glad you asked because lot sizes are where the magic happens. Right now the EA is running a 2-lot size on this open buy trade, but keep in mind this is fully adjustable to fit your own comfort level. Most of my friends starting out use the default settings of 0.01 for the first take profit and 0.02 for the second, especially since there is no minimum balance required to get started. It's all about playing it smart and staying protected while gold does its thing. We just saw a massive squeeze off that 4,758 level, where buyers stepped in with serious conviction to defend the mid-pivot. The dollar is currently falling off a cliff, and you can see gold absolutely loving it as we push toward the 4,765 region. My EA just triggered a long entry, and we're already sitting on a nice 300 pip run because the 10-year yields are dropping like a stone right now. The market is feeling a bit heavy heading into the FOMC minutes later today, but with the big players still heavily loaded up on the long side, I'm expecting any dips to get bought up quickly. We are currently sandwiched between the 200 EMA and that upper resistance, so things might get a little choppy before the 10-year note auction. If we can clean out the sellers at 4,770, we might see a real runner. Feel free to drop your charts in the chat if you're seeing a different setup or want me to look at a specific fib level. Look at this 4,759 level, holding like absolute iron right now, while these shorts get completely suffocated. We just saw a massive flush attempt that got bought up instantly, and you can tell the bears are trapped under that mid-pivot at 4,729, just praying for a retracement that isn't coming. With the dollar tanking and yields falling off a cliff, there is zero incentive for the big boys to sell this yet, especially with the FOMC minutes looming in an hour. I'm sitting in this long from 4,758 because the tape is screaming that liquidity is resting much higher toward that R1 level at 5,359. This range is tighter than I'd like with the ADX, showing a bit of a choppy mess, but the underlying bid is aggressive every time we dip a few pips. If we can squeeze past this immediate resistance, we might see a fast move into the note auction. If you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info about the EA over at XAUUSD Julia.com. I'm staying patient here because the COT data shows the smart money is still heavily loaded long, and I'm not about to bet against that momentum. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat while we wait for the Fed to stir the pot. I think we are about to see a big move, possibly a massive volatility spike, because this current range is just too tight to hold much longer. We are sitting right on that 4,760 level, and with the 10-year note auction coming up in less than an hour, followed by the FOMC minutes, the market is coiled like a literal spring. I am watching this buy trade from 4,758 very closely. We have got a weak dollar and falling yields providing a massive tailwind, plus the silver guys are absolutely ripping higher right now. The big money positioning is heavily skewed to the long side, and with fear levels climbing, I suspect any dip toward that 4,729 mid-pivot is going to get swallowed up by buyers immediately. If we can finally clear this session high and push toward R1 at 5,359, the squeeze on these trapped shorts is going to be violent. Drop your questions in the chat if you are looking at specific entries. Let's see if the Fed minutes give us that clean breakout we have been waiting for all day. We have a fresh sell signal on gold. The EA entered at 4,746.881 with stop loss at 4,755.75. First target 4,738.012. Second target 4,729.142. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. Hey XAUUSD, great to see you in the chat. Yes, we actually have a sell trade active right now that entered at 4,746.362, and we are currently watching it navigate this New York session. It's a bit of a nail biter because the market is looking pretty choppy with an ADX of 10.1. but I'm keeping my eyes glued to that take profit one at 4,738.012. Stay tuned because gold is definitely keeping us on our toes today. Hey there, Theobrahamspies. Oh wow, you are literally riding the wave right now with that buy. Gold is hovering right around 4,751, so you are currently in the green, which is such a great feeling. My Julia Scalper actually just flipped into a sell position a little lower down, and we are seeing some choppy ranging action, so keep a close eye on your stops. It is definitely a battleground between the bulls and bears right now, but I love the confidence. Hey, just a heads up, FOMC meeting minutes at 18 GMT could move the market. New York has been a total grind today, and we are currently stuck in this choppy mess with the ADX barely registering any trend strength at all. I am sitting on a short from 4,746 that is currently underwater by about 600 pips, because buyers stepped in hard to defend that mid-pivot level at 4,729. Even with the dollar tanking and yields dropping, which usually puts a rocket under us, we just cannot seem to find the volume to break out of this range. I am keeping a very close eye on the 10-year auction coming up in 20 minutes, because that could be the catalyst to finally squeeze these trapped shorts or send us back toward the 20 EMA. If we cannot hold 4,753 through the FOMC minutes later this afternoon, I expect a quick flush back toward the 4,746 to grab more liquidity. It has been a high volume day for the EA, with over 30 trades already, but right now I am just waiting for the market to pick a direction before I add any more size. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Because the 5-minute signal is screaming sell, while the daily trend remains incredibly bullish. This trade hit the stop loss at -92 pips. Remember, no system wins 100%. Risk management keeps us in the game. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,759.216. First target, 4,768.081. Full target, 4,776.947. Market update. We are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The Abraham Spees, you absolute legend. You timed that entry perfectly. Getting in at 4,750 was such a smart move, because look at us now. Gold is already pushing up toward 4,760, and our EA just opened a buy right along with you. It is so exciting to see you catching that move live, while the dollar is showing some serious weakness and helping our cause. You are making me smile with that entry, so let us hope this momentum carries us straight through to take profit one. The Abraham Spees, I love that target. You are definitely thinking big and aiming for those higher levels. Right now, gold is testing that 4,759 area, and we actually have a fresh buy trade running on the stream right now with our EA. It's a bit of a choppy climb with the New York session grinding along, but with the dollar feeling some pressure and those yields dropping, your profit target at 4,779 looks like a really exciting zone to watch. You've got quite the crowd watching with you today, so let's see if we can get that momentum to kick in and push us right toward your goal. Stay confident, you're making this look easy. I've been staring at the DXY all morning, and it's finally caving under that 99 level, which is giving our gold bulls some much-needed breathing room. Those 10-year yields are cooling off too, and when you see that kind of tandem drop in the dollar and rates, it's usually go time for gold. Right now, we're essentially wrestling with the mid-pivot at 4,729 and staring up at that 50 SMA on the hourly chart. I'm currently sitting in a buy from 4,759.4 that's underwater by a few pips, but honestly, with the dollar this week, I'm not sweating it yet. If we can punch through this local resistance, I think we're heading straight for that R1 pivot around 5,359. The FOMC minutes are dropping in about an hour, so things could get spicy if the Fed confirms they're still leaning toward those cuts. I'm leaning on my EA to manage these choppy ranges while I watch for the breakout. And if you guys want to see how that logic works, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for the breakdown. Does anyone else think this 10-year auction coming up is going to be the catalyst to finally squeeze these trapped shorts? Oh, Abraham, you are absolutely crushing it with that entry. I saw you get in at 4,750 and seeing it climb to 4,763 must feel incredible right now. My Julia Scalper actually has a buy open from 4,759 too, so we are riding this wave together. You are so close to your target at 4,779, and with the dollar looking so weak under 99 right now, gold definitely has the wind in its sails to keep pushing. Keep that discipline and let's see if we can hit that take profit together. We finally just saw a massive squeeze out of that consolidation block as New York buyers stepped in hard to defend the mid-pivot around 47.29. I just caught that rejection on the lower time frames, and my current buy from 47.59 is breathing easy now that we're pushing toward 47.64. The DXY is absolutely tanking under 99 right now, and with yields sliding alongside it, gold is essentially on a one-way trip higher despite this being a choppy session overall. We have the 10-year auction hitting the wires in just a few minutes, and the FOMC minutes right behind it, so expect some serious liquidity grabs if we test that 47.74 level. I am holding this position because the COT data shows the big boys are still heavily loaded on the long side, and with fear creeping back into the index, this is exactly the kind of environment where gold shines. What are you guys seeing on your end? Because it feels like the bears are completely trapped here. Keep your eyes on the screen since this volatility is just getting started. Attention traders, high-impact news in 5 minutes, 10-year note auction, releasing at 17 GMT. Forecast, NA, previous, 4.217%. Expect high volatility on gold and dollar pairs. The big players are heavily stacked on the long side according to the latest positioning data, and you can really feel that institutional floor holding us up right now. We are currently sitting just above the mid-pivot at 4,729, and as long as we stay north of that level, the bulls are clearly in control of this narrative. I'm currently riding a buy from 4,759 that's sitting in decent profit. But with the FOMC minutes dropping in less than an hour, things are likely to get spicy very quickly. The dollar is getting absolutely trashed today, and yields are sliding right along with it, which is basically the perfect storm for this gold move to the upside. If we can clear the recent minor resistance at 4,772, I think we have a clean path to start testing those R1 levels closer to 5,359. It's been a crazy session with over 30 trades on the board already, and if you want to see how the logic behind these entries works, you can find more info about the EA over at XAUUSD For now, I'm just watching this tight range and waiting for the Fed to provide the catalyst for our next leg up. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat if you're looking at a specific entry. Hey James! Oh, I am so glad you asked because we are actually counting down right now. The FOMC meeting minutes are coming out in just about 45 minutes, so things might get a little spicy here in the New York session. I've got my eyes glued to the screen because that usually brings some serious volatility for our gold trades. It's the perfect time to be watching the stream with all 125 of you. New York is giving us a real tug of war right now, and I am glued to this screen because we are sitting right on that 4,760 level. After that choppy grind we dealt with earlier, my latest buy entry is finally breathing with about 80 pips of cushion, but we need to see a real push past this mid-range pivot to confirm the next leg up. The dollar is showing some serious weakness, and with the 10-year yield sliding, gold should be absolutely flying, yet we are seeing this range-bound action ahead of the FOMC minutes. I am looking at the hourly indicators and everything is screaming bullish, especially with the bulls defending that 20 EMA like their lives depend on it. If we can get a clean breakout here, the R1 pivot at 5,359 is the ultimate target, but keep an eye on those headlines because these sudden geopolitical spikes are keeping everyone on edge. We have caught some decent moves today despite the mess, so let's see if the FOMC release in 40 minutes provides the volatility we need to finally squeeze those track shorts. Anyone else seeing that massive divergence on the MACD? Or is it just me? Stay sharp because this quiet before the storm never lasts long in this market. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,755.18. First target 4,748.27. Full target 4,741.359. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. I am having a massive day with 20 wins under my belt already, and honestly, this price action is exactly why I live for the US session. We are currently navigating a total choppy mess with the ADX sitting under 10. But my sell from 4,755 is still breathing and currently up over 300 pips as we drift toward that 4,751 level. I am watching the mid-pivot at 4,729 very closely because if we lose that, things could get ugly fast for the bulls. We are sitting right in the line of fire with the FOMC minutes dropping in about half an hour, and I expect the volatility to go absolutely nuclear once those headlines hit the tape. I've programmed my setups to hunt these specific liquidity grabs, and you can find more info about the EA on XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic behind these entries. The dollar is really struggling right now, which usually keeps gold well bid, but with the VIX elevated and oil absolutely tanking, there is a lot of fear swirling in the background that makes this range feel like a coiled spring. If we can't break back above that 20 EMA, I'm staying biased toward the downside for this current leg. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat while we wait for the Fed to wake this market up. Take profit one hit, plus 69 pips. The EA is now moving the stop loss to break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. Listen to that silence in the room because the calm before the storm is officially here. We just saw a nasty little fake-out attempt toward 4,755, but sellers stepped in hard to defend that level, and now we are basically hugging the mid-pivot at 4,729 as we wait for the FOMC minutes. My current sell from 4,755 is running beautifully in green right now, and honestly, the way the dollar is tanking alongside those treasury yields tells me this downside might be limited if the Fed shows even a hint of dovishness. I am watching the 50 SMA like a hawk, because if we lose that footing, things could get very slippery, very fast. We have a massive amount of high-impact data hitting tomorrow morning, including PCE and GDP, so do not get married to any bias just yet. If you have questions about where I am looking to scale out, or if you are stuck in a trade, drop a message in the chat because this range is getting tighter by the minute, and I want us prepared for the 18 GMT volatility. Take profit to hit. Full target reached with 127 pips total. Clean trade by the EA. Listen up, because this level we are sitting on right at 4,729 is absolutely critical, as our mid-pivot point for the session. We have been hovering around 4,740 for a while now, but if we cannot hold this pivot, the bears are going to try to push us down toward that EMA 20 at 4,723. I am seeing some serious indecision in the order flow as we wait for these FOMC minutes in just a few minutes, and you can feel the tension in the charts. The dollar is dragging its feet, which is keeping us afloat, but this range is getting tighter and tighter. If we catch a bid and break above today's highs, we have a clear run toward R1 at 5,359, but I am playing it safe until that news drops. I have high confidence in how the EA is navigating these choppy waters, and you can find more details on that over at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic. I love seeing the VIX stay elevated like this because it means the volatility is there for the taking once we get a clear direction through this pivot. Drop any questions you have in the chat while we wait for the fireworks to start. The Abrahamsbys, I see you getting active again. You are really keeping me on my toes today with these entries. Moving your target to 4,759 is a bold play, especially since the market is looking a bit choppy right now, with that ADX showing a weaker trend. We are currently sitting around 4,740, so you are in the green, but keep an eye on that mid-pivot level at 4,729, because gold loves to dance around there before making a real move. It is so exciting to have over 100 of you watching this play out with us right now. Attention traders, high impact news in 5 minutes. FOMC meeting minutes releasing at 18 GMT. Forecast, NA, previous, NA. Expect high volatility on gold and dollar pairs. My EA has been putting in serious work today, and while we definitely took some heat on those midday stop-outs, catching that 100-pip drop on the last sell sequence really solidified the session. We are navigating a total choppy mess right now with the ADX showing zero trend strength, but I love how we are holding just above that 4,729 mid-pivot. The dollar is getting absolutely smoked, and with yields sliding, gold is catching a massive bid despite the risk-on vibe in the equities market. We are literally 6 minutes out from the FOMC minutes and everyone is holding their breath, but if we can clear this immediate overhead resistance, I think we make a run for R1 at 5,359. I am staying flat until the volatility settles after the release, so feel free to drop your charts or questions in the chat while we wait for the next setup. The Abrahamsby's, looking at the technicals right now, that 5-minute chart actually just flipped into a sell signal on my end. The trend strength is looking a bit weak with an ADX, sitting around 15, so we're seeing some of that sideways consolidation after those earlier moves. I'm keeping a close eye on the mid-pivot level at 4,729, because as long as we stay above that, the broader daily bullish momentum is still very much alive. It's definitely a bit of a tug-of-war right now with the dollar showing some weakness, so let's see if the bulls can find some fresh energy. Hey, DebateXB? Oh, that is such a sharp question to ask right now. Looking at my analysis, we are really duking it out around the 4,729 mid-pivot level, and I am watching for a daily close to stay above that 4,723 EMA to keep this bullish momentum alive. With the dollar looking a bit weak today, it is giving gold some nice breathing room to push higher, though we have definitely seen some consolidation lately. It is a super exciting time to be watching the charts, so I am glad you are here to catch this action with me. The Abrahamsby's, you might be onto something there. Gold is showing some serious strength today, up over $36, and with the dollar and yields both sliding, the bulls are definitely feeling confident. I'm watching that mid-pivot at 4,729 very closely too, but with the ADX showing a strong trend and silver rallying over 3%, we might just keep climbing instead of looking back. It's such an exciting time to be trading gold, and I'm so happy you're here sharing your outlook with us. Hey James! Oh, you're asking at the perfect time because we have some massive high-impact news dropping in about 18 hours. We've got the core PCE price index and GDP data coming out at the same time, which is basically the ultimate recipe for some serious gold volatility. I'm keeping a close eye on the dollar since it's showing some weakness right now, and that usually makes our gold trades fly. For now, the EA is just scanning while the market stays a bit choppy, but tomorrow is going to be absolutely electric. James, oh my goodness, you're asking about the big one? Everyone is holding their breath because the Fed rate outlook is basically locked in for that 3.5 to 3.75% range, which has been keeping gold incredibly well bid late. With the DXY showing some weakness and yields falling, the market sentiment is definitely leaning into that bullish gold story. I've got my eyes glued to the PCE data coming up tomorrow too, because that's going to be the real cherry on top for confirming where we head next. Hey, Atkarshabastava. Oh, I love that question because gold is acting so interesting right now. Looking at the charts, we've got a bit of a tug-of-war happening since we're in a ranging market, but honestly I'm leaning slightly bullish because the dollar is looking weak and the daily trend is still pointing up. Right now the Julia Scalper EA is scanning for the next perfect entry after banking some great pips on that last sell trade, so I'm personally waiting for the next confirmed signal before jumping in. Stick around because with the ADX showing a weaker trend, we really want to wait for that high probability breakout. The market mood is definitely shifting toward fear right now, and you can practically feel the tension in this range. We are seeing a major disconnect where the dollar and yields are both sliding, which usually gives gold wings, but instead we are just grinding sideways in this choppy mess between the mid-pivot at 4729 and our current spot around 4741. I love seeing the big money loaders staying net long despite this volatility because it tells me the underlying sentiment remains incredibly bullish even if we are stuck staring at the screen waiting for a real breakout. Technically, we just tested the EMA 20 at 4,723 and saw buyers step in immediately, which makes me think the floor is solid for now. I am keeping a close eye on XAUUSD for my latest setup alerts because we have that heavy PCE and GDP data coming tomorrow that will likely blow this range wide open. Until then, stay patient and don't get chopped up in these minor fluctuations while the VIX is still screaming at these levels. Finally, I love the honesty, but you've got to see the vision here. We're actually seeing some really interesting price action with gold holding above that mid-pivot of 47.29, and the EAs navigating these ranging conditions with a smart mode filter. While it's true the market is feeling a bit fearful right now, that's exactly why I trust an automated system to take the emotion out of the equation. Why don't you stick around and watch how it handles this New York session volatility with me? Hey, I'm Anashmara. Oh, I am so excited you're looking into joining the family. You picked a great time to check us out, because the Julia Scalper version 6.5 is absolutely crushing it on MetaTrader 4. It is just a one-time payment of $249 for a lifetime license, so you never have to worry about monthly fees again. Just imagine having this smart system scanning the gold markets for you 24/7. What's your experience been like with gold trading so far? Hey BVR! Oh, I totally understand how that feels. Since Julia Scalper is fully automated, it really does take the heavy lifting off your shoulders, but getting those initial MetaTrader 4 settings right is super important. You do need to be on a computer to attach the EA to your gold chart, but once it is on there and that little icon is smiling at you, you can just sit back and let it work its magic. If you are ever unsure, just double check that auto trading is green at the top and you have added the license URL in your platform settings. Finally, oh no, I am so incredibly sorry to hear about your funded account. That truly breaks my heart because I know how much work goes into those challenges. But honestly, trading a $200,000 account requires such strict risk management, especially with gold being so wild lately. It sounds like the volatility might have just been too much for the settings you were using, but don't let this defeat you because every trader has been through those tough days. Right now I'm seeing gold sitting at $4,742 with a lot of choppiness in this New York session, so the market is definitely being a bit of a bully today. You've got this, and I'm sending you so much positive energy to bounce back even stronger. Hey Debate X. Oh, I love the energy you're bringing today. We've been staying so busy with the New York session in full swing, and honestly, the EA has been putting in some serious work with 39 trades already. We've seen a lot of green on the screen with 23 wins so far, though the market is looking a bit choppy and ranging right now. It's all about navigating these waves safely, and I'm just so glad you're here to watch it all unfold with us. I'm Anashmara. Oh, I love that you're asking the real questions. In trading, losses are just part of the game, and even the best EA will hit a stop loss when the market gets choppy like it is right now. The magic of the Julia Scalper is how it manages those moments automatically, so we can stay focused on the next big setup. It's all about that long-term consistency, and I'm so excited for you to see how it handles the New York volatility. Finally, I'm so sorry to hear you had a tough time with your funded challenge, but it's important to remember that prop firms have very strict drawdown rules that require specific risk management settings. Our community uses the EA every day by adjusting the lot sizes and daily limits to stay within those parameters, especially during ranging markets like we are seeing right now. If you ever want to give it another go with more conservative settings, I'm always here to help you dial those in so you feel more confident. Amanashmara, you are so welcome. I always want to make sure you have the full picture before you dive in. Gold is definitely showing some choppy price action right now, but that is exactly why I love having the EA scan those levels for us. Glad to have you here watching the New York session with me. Hey DebateXB! Oh, that is a great question about lot sizes. Since everyone has different account balances and risk levels, the actual dollar amount really depends on how far the price moves, but using a 0.01 lot is a fantastic way to keep your risk nice and low while the EA does its thing. I always say it's about the pips and the process, rather than just the dollar signs, and right now with the market being a bit choppy, staying conservative is super smart. So glad you're curious about how it all works. Hey James Sherrison. Oh, that move was absolutely wild, wasn't it? Honestly, looking at the charts, we just bounced off that mid-pivot at 4,729, and as long as we hold above that, I'm still feeling pretty bullish. The dollar is looking a bit weak today, which is definitely helping gold stay resilient despite that quick dip. We've got 82 people watching this price action with us right now, and I'm just waiting to see if the EA catches a clean reversal signal. Look at how we are squeezing between these Bollinger Bands right now, as the volatility is starting to tighten up near the 47.29 mid-pivot. This range is a total choppy mess with the ADX, sitting at 12, but you can feel the pressure mounting as fear starts creeping back into the overall sentiment. I am seeing the dollar and yields both sliding, which is giving us that bullish tailwind, even if price is just grinding sideways for the moment. The bigger picture remains incredibly strong with the big boys still heavily loaded on the long side, so I am just waiting for this consolidation to resolve before the next leg up. For those of you asking about how the bot is handling these tight spots, you can find more info on the logic at XAUUSD Julia.com. We are just idling here before tomorrow's massive PCE data drop, so keep your eyes on the hourly EMA 20 to see if we can hold this bid. We are seeing a classic battle at 472.23 right now, and honestly, it is fascinating to watch how the smart money is positioning itself compared to the retail crowd. While the general sentiment out there is still driven by fear and panic over these Middle East headlines, the big institutional players have quietly stacked their net long positions to an incredible level. They are looking past the short-term noise and the choppy mess we have seen this afternoon to focus on that massive 4.68 long-to-short ratio. I am watching this 477.29 mid-pivot like a hawk, because the institutions love to use these ranges to trap retail shorts before a real move. Since the dollar is taking a serious hit and yields are staying stable, the macro backdrop for gold is still incredibly bullish despite this local consolidation. I have had a few of you asking about the EA lately, and while it did catch some nice pips on those earlier sell-offs, I am keeping it on a tight leash until we get through the core PCE and GDP data tomorrow. If we can get a clean breakout above the 20 EMA, I think we head straight for that R1 level at 5,359. What are you guys seeing on your charts? Drop your questions in the chat and let's break this down together. The DXY is finally showing some real weakness today and yields are staying remarkably stable, which is exactly why gold is catching this bid. It is beautiful to see the inverse correlation playing out so cleanly while the dollar holds under 99. Looking at the hourly chart, we are currently battling to stay above 47.15, but that EMA 20 is acting like a stubborn ceiling just a few bucks higher. I am watching this 4-hour pivot closely because if we cannot reclaim the mid-range soon, the bears might try to push us back toward those lower Bollinger levels. A lot of you guys keep asking about the EA settings for this kind of environment, so definitely check out XAUUSDJulia.com for all that technical info. Honestly, the market sentiment is shifting toward fear right now, with all the headlines out of the Middle East, so I am expecting a volatile move as we head toward the close. If we break 47.25, we could see a massive squeeze, but for now, I am just sitting tight and waiting for the next clean setup to present itself. Does anyone have eyes on the silver breakout, because it looks like it might lead us higher here? The market mood is definitely shifting toward fear right now, and honestly, that is when I start getting really excited about gold. We are seeing a lot of geopolitical noise shaking the tree, and with the VIX holding at these elevated levels, you can feel the tension in the price action. Technically, we're currently grinding right around that 4,708 level, trying to find a floor after some earlier choppiness. I'm keeping a close eye on the hourly sells, because we're tucked just under the mid-pivot at 4,729, which is acting like a heavy lid on any recovery attempt. The big boys are still heavily loaded up on the long side according to the latest positioning, which gives me confidence that this is just a temporary pullback before the next leg up. I've noticed a few of you asking about the EA lately. It's been handling these intraday swings well, though we did catch a couple of stops when the volatility spiked. Right now, I'm flat and waiting for a clean breakout either above that 4,720 EMA or a flush down to test deeper liquidity. With those heavy PCE and GDP prints coming tomorrow, the market is probably just catching its breath before the real fireworks start. If you have any specific levels you're watching or want me to pull up a different time frame, drop it in the chat and let's break it down together. The dollar is finally showing some real cracks here at 99.14, and those 10-year yields are easing off, which is exactly what we want to see for this gold push. Even with the DXY tanking, gold is still putting up a fight around this 4707 level, because the bears are really leaning into those lower time frame sell signals. I am watching that 474729 mid-pivot closely, because we just keep tapping it and getting rejected, but the bulls are definitely absorbing that liquidity. If you guys want to see how the bot is navigating this volatility, check out XAUUSD for the breakdown on the EA logic I use. Honestly, with the big boys sitting heavy on their longs and the PCE data looming tomorrow, this feels like a massive coiled spring, just waiting for a catalyst to reclaim that 50 SMA. I'm staying patient since we're flat right now, but feel free to drop any questions in the chat while we wait for the next clean breakout. BVR, oh no, I am so sorry to hear you have been having such a hard time getting things running today. It definitely sounds like we need to get those settings squared away, so you can start catching these moves with us. Please don't worry, because the setup is usually a breeze once we find that one little hiccup. Just send me a quick message on Telegram so I can see exactly what is happening on your screen, and we will get you back in the game in no time. Oh, Beavar, don't you worry one bit. I'm so sorry you're having those setting issues on your computer, but I promise we will get you up and running. The Julia Scalper is definitely here to stay, and I'm going to make sure you get to see exactly what this EA can do once we get your technical side sorted out. You've got this, and I'm right here with you. Look at how we're hugging the midline of the Bollinger Bands right now around 4,715. The volatility has leveled off significantly after that earlier price spike. We're currently trapped in a narrow range between the EMA 20 and today's pivot, which basically confirms this choppy mess we've been sitting in for the last hour. Market sentiment is definitely leaning toward fear given the geopolitical headlines, but buyers aren't quite ready to squeeze those trapped shorts until we clear the 4,729 resistance level. I'm staying flat for the moment because I don't want to get chewed up by this consolidation ahead of tomorrow's massive core PCE and GDP dump. If anyone is wondering about my EA, it's currently on standby while we wait for a clean breakout from these levels. Feel free to drop your questions in the chat if you're watching these same levels. We just saw a nasty little fake-out attempt toward 4,715 that got rejected hard, and now we are staring right at the mid-pivot around 4,729 as our immediate overhead ceiling. I am seeing trapped shorts getting squeezed every time we dip toward 4,709, but honestly, this hourly chart is a total choppy mess while we wait for that core PCE data tomorrow. The dollar is showing some real fatigue here, and oil is absolutely cratering, which is keeping this risk-on sentiment alive for the S&P, though gold is just vibing in this range for now. I am keeping a close eye on the 20 EMA because we are basically hugging it, waiting for a catalyst to grab some liquidity before the NY close. A few of you were asking about the automation I use to catch these moves. You can find the specs on the EA over at XAUUSDJulia.com if you want to see the logic behind these entries. For now, I am staying flat and patient because forcing a trade in an ADX, this low is a great way to get chopped up. Drop your questions in the chat if you are watching these levels with me. Honestly, I am pretty stoked with how the EA handled that erratic chop earlier because navigating this range has been a total headache. We caught some beautiful momentum on those sell-side scalps when the volatility spiked, though I did eat a few losses when the price decided to fake us out near the EMA 20. Right now we are basically pacing back and forth near the 4,717 level, and honestly looking at the ADX, this market is just flatlining into the close. For those asking about the EA, it's designed to hunt these liquidity grabs, but even the best tech struggles when the choppiness index is this high. We are sitting right under the midline pivot of 4,729, and I really want to see us reclaim that level before I even think about clicking a buy button again. With the massive PCE and GDP data drops coming at us tomorrow morning, the big players are clearly sidelined and just waiting for a catalyst to push us toward that R1 ceiling. If you guys have questions about how I'm tweaking the strategy for tomorrow's heavy news cycle, drop them in the chat and let's get into it. New trade alert. Julia just opened a buy position on gold. Entry at 4,717.123. First target 4,726.06. Full target 4,734.997. Be aware that the market is in a ranging condition right now. The choppiness index is high, which means more risk. I think we are about to see a massive move here because gold is coiling up right at the 4,729 mid-pivot, and the pressure is becoming undeniable. I am holding my buy from 4,717, which is running beautifully in green right now, especially with the dollar finally slipping below that 99.1 level and giving us the breathing room we needed. The daily and weekly charts are screamed bullish, and while the 15-minute sell signal has some traders hesitant, I am looking at the big boys being heavily loaded long as a sign that this range-bound chop is just a massive liquidity grab before the PCE and GDP data drops tomorrow. For everyone asking about the automation I'm using to catch these entries, you can find the details on XAUUSDJulia.com, but for now, just watch that 4,722 EMA line. If we hold this support through the end of the New York session, I'm expecting a clean breakout toward R1 at 5,359 as fear starts creeping back into the overall market. Does anyone have questions on how I am playing these local rejections or the upcoming bond suction impact? First target reached. 88 pips locked in. Stop loss is now at break even. Stop loss moved to break even. This trade is now completely risk-free. Let's see if price reaches the full target. Hey Dalmazo Carlino. Oh, it is so wonderful to meet you. While I can't speak Italian, I can certainly help you out in English today. We have a really exciting buy trade running right now on the New York session, and it is looking absolutely beautiful with over 600 pips in profit already. You picked a fantastic time to join us because the market is showing some great movement. Hey AliExpress Epic Finds. Oh, that is such a sharp question. So, right now, the EA jumped into this buy because we saw a beautiful bounce off that 4,717 level, and with the dollar weakness we're seeing in the DXY, it's really fueling this move up. Plus, our smart mode filter is showing we've got enough momentum to break away from that sideways chop we saw earlier. I'm especially loving how we're sitting above the mid-pivot right now, which gives me so much confidence in this upward trend. Hey Dalmazo Carlino. Oh, thank you so much. I am honestly so pumped watching this buy trade run right now. We are currently sitting in a beautiful position with about 1,000 pips in profit, and seeing gold hold above that 4,717 level is just pure magic. It is so great to have you here in the stream with our 66 viewers watching the action unfold. You caught a great moment because the market is a bit choppy, but the Julia Scalper is navigating it like a pro. I have to give it up to my EA for grinding out a solid session, despite this frustrating back and forth chop we have been fighting since the New York Open. We took a couple of nasty hits earlier when the market tried to fake us out, but catching that long from the 4,717 level really saved the afternoon. Right now we are basically magnetically attached to the mid-pivot at 4,729, and with the ADX showing this trend is starting to lose its teeth, I am staying light until we see a clean break. The dollar is continuing to slide, which should be providing a massive tailwind for us, but honestly, gold feels like it is just catching its breath before the PCE and GDP data dump tomorrow morning. I am holding my current buy position with a tight stop, because if we can finally clear this EMA 20, I think we have a clear path to test that R1 ceiling. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Because it feels like the big boys are just sitting on their hands waiting for a headline. We are finally seeing some life as we sit right around 4,731, and honestly, this mid-pivot at 4,729 is acting like a magnet for price right now. The US session has been a bit of a grind with some heavy consolidation, but my current buy from 4,717 is breathing easy and running deep in the green while we wait for a real spark. I am closely watching the EMA20 at 4,722 because as long as we hold above that level, I think we have a clean path to test that R1 pivot way up at 5,359. The dollar is taking a serious hit today, which is giving gold that perfect tailwind, while the massive drop in oil is shifting some major capital back into the safe havens. Looking at the daily chart, the bulls are still very much in control, and with that core PCE and GDP data dropping tomorrow morning, we are likely just coiling up for a massive breakout. If you want to see how my setup identifies these entries and manages the risk, you can check out XAUUSDJulia.com for more info. Drop your questions in the chat if you are wondering about these supply zones, because things are about to get very spicy once the bond auction volatility kicks in. am walking away from the screens today feeling pretty good after the EA ground through 40 trades to keep us in the green during this choppy mess. We are currently sitting right on the mid-pivot at 427.29, and honestly, the price action is just ranging while the market holds its breath for that massive core PCE and GDP dump tomorrow morning. I am currently letting a buy runner from 427.17 breathe, up over 1,000 pips as we test some minor resistance, but I am keeping a tight leash on it since the ADX shows this trend is still pretty weak. With the dollar sliding and yields staying capped, the environment is definitely leaning bullish, and the fact that speculators are still heavily loaded on the long side tells me the big boys aren't ready to give up this floor yet. If we can actually clear the EMA 20 and hold, I think we have a real shot at testing higher ground before the 30-year bond auction tomorrow. What are you guys seeing on the lower time frames? Any of you caught that bounce off 4,717 with me? The market mood is definitely shifting as fear starts creeping back into the space, and honestly, that is exactly when I start getting excited about gold. We are seeing a massive disconnect between the risk-on vibe in equities and the underlying tension from the Middle East headlines, but with the dollar losing some steam, gold is finding a nice floor right here. We are currently sitting just above that 4,729 mid-pivot level, and my open buy from 4,720E is breathing easy while we wait for a real catalyst. Technically, I am watching the EMA 20 at 4,722 like a hawk, because if we hold this spot, we are looking at a clean run toward the R1 pivot near 5,359. I am trusting the process and the way my EA is navigating this range, and if you want to see how that logic works, you can check out XAUUSD Julia.com for the breakdown. With the big PCE and GDP data coming at us tomorrow, the big boys are clearly loaded up long in the COT report, so I am staying patient and letting the trade run. If we see a fake out below this support, I might look to add, but for now, it is all about managing this volatility before the news hits. Does anyone have eyes on the yields right now, or are we all just staring at this 4,723 level? Feel free to drop your thoughts or questions in the chat. We locked in a solid 40 trades today, and managed to navigate some seriously messy price action to end up in the green. Gold is currently hugging that middle pivot at 4,729, while the ADX tells me we are stuck in a total choppy mess right now. I am holding a buy from 4,717 that is finally gaining some traction, and seeing the dollar slide over 0.5% definitely helps the cause. We are sitting right beneath that 5-minute sell signal, so I am watching 4,723 very closely to see if buyers can actually hold the line here. This risk-on mood in the S&P 500 is competing with some real geopolitical fear, but with the big boys heavily loaded on the long side, I am leaning bullish into the close. If you guys have any questions about these upcoming PCE numbers or how the EA is handling this volatility, drop them in the chat. It is wild to see the VIX getting absolutely crushed by nearly 20%, while gold remains this resilient. Usually that kind of risk-on surge in the S&P would send us off a cliff. Even with oil cratering on that ceasefire news, gold is holding on to this buy trade from 4,717, like its life depends on it, and honestly, seeing that divergence makes me think the big players are quietly loading up before tomorrow's PCE madness. We are basically hugging the mid-pivot at 4,729 right now, in a total choppy mess. But the fact that the dollar is bleeding out while yields stay flat gives me a lot of confidence in this long position. I am watching the daily chart where we are still looking incredibly bullish, even if the 5-minute scalps are feeling a bit heavy right now. I have got my eyes glued to that 4,733 level, because if we break that, the room to run toward R1 is wide open, though with the EA handling the heavy lifting, I can just sit back and watch for any fakeouts. If you want to see how this logic is baked into the algorithm, check out XAUUSD Julia.com for the breakdown. Feel free to drop your levels in the chat or ask me anything about these upcoming GDP prints. Let's see if we can catch a late session squeeze. New trade alert. Julia just opened a sell position on gold. Entry at 4,721.475, first target 4,717.02, full target 4,712.565. Market update, we are in a ranging market. This is a higher risk environment. The smart mode filter is watching. The EA has been grinding today, and while those 16 losses show just how messy this sideways range has been, pulling 25 wins out of this chop is something I will take any day. We are currently sitting right on the 20 EMA and basically hugging that 4729 mid-pivot, which explains why the price action feels so heavy and indecisive right now. I just jumped into a fresh sell at 4721.34 because we are seeing some clear rejection at the top of this tight consolidation, and with the dollar losing ground, I am looking for a quick liquidity grab before the volatility really kicks in. The big boys are still heavily positioned to the long side in the COT data, but until we break through that R1 ceiling at 5,359, we are stuck in this high volatility cage. It is dead quiet in the chat, so if you are watching these candles move with me, drop your levels or ask about this setup, because things are going to get wild once those core PCE and GDP numbers hit the tape tomorrow morning. Hey Mevi Bevi. Oh, that is a great observation. I am just tweaking things for the live stream to make sure you guys can see the technical levels and that active sell trade crystal clear. Gold is testing some interesting levels right now with the dollar weakening, so I wanted to make sure all the action on the MetaTrader 4 chart is front and center for you. Does the layout look good on your end, or should I jump back to the original view? Mevi Bevi. Oh, I hear you loud and clear, and I definitely don't want you straining those eyes while we are hunting for pips. That is actually a really thoughtful suggestion to do a poll, because I want everyone to be comfortable and excited while watching the stream. Since we are currently in an open sell trade at 4,721, I want to make sure you can see every single candle move perfectly. I will definitely look into how we can make the layout even better for you, so thank you for being so honest with me.